afternoon to everyone. Part of the friends, today we have of Madhva, the chief. Have Professor Manoj Pant, Vice Chancellor, Indian Institute of Foreign Trade, will also be joining us virtually. Mr. Vikram Gerar, the co-chair of International Affairs Committee for Europe and CIS. So, to begin the session with, may I request Ambassador Anil Wadhwa to join us on the stage. Mr. Vikram Gerar, please. So for today's program, we have over 500 people who are joining us online. Our particular program is also basically in a hybrid mode. So we have the physical presence of our guests as well as over 500 people are joining us virtually. So to begin the inaugural session, themed as the MSME, the growth engine of global economy, may I invite Ambassador Anil Wadhwa to continue the introductory remarks.
Thank you, Neeraj. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Welcome to the India-UK Business Summit B2B meet. Although India shares historically widely diversified relationship with the UK, bilateral trade and investments between the two countries have room to increase much more, and the potential has hardly been exploited. Merchandise trade between our two countries around $16 billion. As per the CII Grant Thornton India UK report, there are now more than 850 Indian companies operating. Conversely, more than 600 UK companies operate in India, the sixth largest investor in India. Cumulative investment goes to. So both sides are now working towards a free trade agreement, and there is an agreed partnership between the two countries on infrastructure financing and policy to support India's plans for delivering inclusive, resilient, and sustainable infrastructure. India and UK collaborate closely on defense, maritime security issues. UK is India's second largest partner, science and technology collaborations. 1,000 students currently study in the UK. There are approximately 1.6 million British nationals of Indian origin, as well as Government of India has taken a number of initiatives to promote ease of business for the MSME sector. Many policy decisions to promote foreign investments and attract investors to the country by promoting quality of products and services, cost reductions, providing infrastructural support services for building global competitiveness of Indian businesses. SME sector has around 63 million enterprises and is mainly composed of micro enterprises, which constitute more than 5% of the entire MSME sector. UK also has a large part of its small enterprises, a category of micro units. So with many similarities between the two countries in the MSME sector, both countries can enter into collaborative exchanges by sharing their best business practices and technologies. Since India has opened up to almost all sectors for foreign direct investments, opportunities exist for establishing joint ventures and technical tie-ups in the SME sector based on the competitive advantage of both countries' areas of available raw materials and technology. Specific areas that immediately come to mind where India could cooperate with the UK: metals, pharmaceuticals, financial and educational sectors, technology-enabled businesses and innovations, collaboration and exchanges in science and technology, services sector, fintech operations. In addition, there are many other areas for partnership and investment existing and areas of corporate cooperation, and those include renewable energy, creative industries, advanced engineering, agri-tech, healthcare and life sciences, automotive and agricultural engineering, defense, food processing industry, etc. India would like companies from UK to invest in India's manufacturing sector, taking advantage of the production-linked incentive schemes, especially those in electronics, telecommunication equipment, automotive industry, and manufacture of pharma. Skillings and entrepreneurship development is another area where organizations can work with Indian MSMEs to set up modern skilling, innovation facilities to improve the quality of workforce, as India has a large number of unskilled workers. India-UK Global Innovation Program support Indian sustainable innovations to be scaled up, transferred to select developing countries. India-UK Green Growth Equity Fund, mobilizing institutional investments in the renewable energy, waste management, electric mobility, environment subsectors in India. There is therefore enormous potential for both countries to work together in the area of innovation, research and development, would promote technological advancement and active research. COVID-19 pandemic drastically changed the business landscape. It has been a constant endeavor of the Chamber to sensitize the business houses of India about the various opportunities of global trade that exist between India and countries. So the Chamber has, in the past 1 year, organized more than 100 interactive sessions with heads of foreign missions based in India, missions abroad. That is where today's conference gains more importance, because this relationship between India and the UK, education, contact. I'd like to thank everyone who's joined us today. Very stimulating day.
Thank you, sir. And as you rightly said, this is a very apt, time for organizing this India-UK summit, because, a few months back when Brexit happened, there's still a lot of confusion about how to do the Indian industry or worldwide they do the UK or our discussions with both our commission as in London. They all are very busy in finalizing the KFTA. So better picture and clear picture for the industry to go ahead with your future plans. So friends, without further delay, I now invite Mr. Sanjay Agarwal, the President of PhD Chamber of Commerce and Industry, to deliver his presidential address.
Thank you, Mr. Neeraj. Good morning, good afternoon to you all. It's my pleasure to welcome Mr. Sandeep Chakrabarty, the Joint Secretary, EW, Ministry of External Affairs, Government of India, Mr. Professor Manoj Pant, the Vice Chancellor of Indian Institute of Foreign Trade, Mr. Anil Vadva, Chair of the PhD CCI Ambassadors Economic Forum, ladies and gentlemen, a very warm welcome to each one of you to the India-UK Business Summit and the B2B meet themed as MSMEs, the growth engines of the economy, global economy. India and the United Kingdom share historic ties since several centuries. The two countries have a strategic partnership since 2004 and enjoy a multifaceted relationship spanning across trade and economy, health, science and technology, defense and security, people-to-people relations, climate cooperation, and close cooperation on many other multilateral issues. India and UK are committed to a partnership that delivers for both the countries. The 2030 vision is for revitalized and dynamic connections between our people, re-energized trade, investment, and technological collaboration that improves the lives and livelihoods of our citizens, enhanced defense and security cooperation that brings a more secure Indian Ocean region and Indo-Pacific, and the Indo-UK leadership in climate, clean energy, and health that act as a global force for good. In recent years, there has been a concerted effort to strengthen the UK bilateral relationship, India's bilateral relationship with UK. Brexit provides a fresh opportunity to India to strengthen its economic relationship with the UK through an India-UK trade and investment agreement. Friends, India is undergoing a transition that could have significant consequences for UK. India is already the third largest economy in the world on the basis of purchasing power parity at current exchange rates and is expected to become the second largest in the coming decades. The massive growth of India and Indian economy offers a critical window of opportunity for the UK to become a partner of choice for trade, diplomacy, culture, and education. Trade and investment is one of the most important underpinnings of our bilateral relationships. India's main exports to the UK are ready-made garments and textiles, gems and jewelry, engineering goods, petroleum and petrochemical products, transport equipment and parts, spices, manufacturers of metals, machinery and instruments, drugs and pharmaceuticals, and marine products. The main imports from UK to India are precious and semi-precious stones, metal lifers, ores and metal scraps, engineering goods, professional instruments other than electronics, non-ferrous metals, chemicals and machinery. In the services sector, UK is the largest market in Europe for Indian IT services. Reflecting upon the theme of the summit, the MSME sector in India, comprising 63 million enterprises, is largely comprised of micro enterprises, which is more than 95% of the entire MSME sector in India. Similarly, UK also has a large part of its small enterprises in the category of micro units. With many similarities between the two countries in the MSME sector, both countries can enter into collaborative exchanges by sharing their best business practices and technologies. Skilling and entrepreneurship development is another area where UK organizations can work with the Indian MSMEs to set up modern skilling and incubation facilities to improve the quality of workforce rather, as India has a large number of unskilled population and there is a tremendous potential for both countries to work together in the area of innovation, research and development, which would promote the technological advancement and innovative research. UK can encourage companies to invest in India's manufacturing sector, taking advantage of the production-linked incentive scheme, including electronics, telecommunication equipment, automotives, and pharmaceutical manufacturing. Lastly, I would say that there is a great potential and there are opportunities for cooperation in sectors such as agriculture, food processing, pharmaceuticals, tourism, and logistics, among others. Also, it is very important to include the SME sector as an integral part of the value chain and ways for deeper integration with the UK. I'm not going to go into the specific details and would request our esteemed guests to shed light on the various trade and investment opportunities present in the region. Before I conclude, I would like to thank the dignitaries present on the occasion for sparing your valuable time and for being with us. I am sure the sessions like this one that we are having today will support the business communities of both the regions to work together in close cooperation with each other. Thank you very much again. Thanks a lot. Over to you, Neeraj.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for giving us a very detailed and updated information on the India-UK trade and the areas of cooperation which both the MSMEs of both the countries can see in future. Sir, we assure you that PSG Chamber will be working in very close coordination with both the missions in New Delhi as well as London, so that the Indian industries have a clear picture of how do they enhance their trade. Friends, immediately after the lunch, we'll have two very important sessions. The first session will be on India-UK collaboration in MSME sectors, where we will have industry perspectives on various sectors, both from the India and the from UK as well. And the second plenary session will be on what's a comprehensive strategic partnership. India is working very closely with the government to finalize the DA. So we'll have a number of presentations as well. So would request if you can just enjoy those sessions. Moving on to our next speaker, we have a very special address from Professor Manoj Pant. He is the Vice Chancellor of Indian Institute of Foreign Trade. So may I invite Professor Mahesh Pant to deliver his address, please.
Thank you, sir. I hope you can hear me clearly.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, Mr. Pant, we can hear you clearly, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Agarwal, and welcome to all the members on the dais. And thank you to PhD House for inviting me for this crucial summit on the eve of the Indo-EU second, I would say, second go at this Indo-EU CECA, or at least FTA that we are calling at the moment. Now, I will not speak so much about the Indo-EU FTA as such, that's a separate issue. But it is good to see that the government is committed to making it work. And I think many people, including me, have said that actually these are the areas we should be looking at. This is where the RTA should be looking at in future, and not in areas where they were earlier, which were really dead areas from the point of view of trade. So it's a welcome move on the part of the government to push for this Indo-EU FTA. Now, I'm going to particularly focus on the issue of MSMEs. PhD House is has been a very important part for the MSMEs. Of course, I know they have graduated beyond that, but MSMEs remain integral. Now, there's no need for me to remind people about the importance of MSMEs. I recall about maybe a decade ago, maybe a little bit more, 2 decades ago, I spoke at a meeting and I said that, MSMEs have two objectives. One is, of course, as an important body to talk about government incentives. And the other is the MSMEs have always been the backbone of Indian trade. A figure of 40% of Indian exports by MSMEs is floated. The current figure, I'm told, my recent calculations show, is close to 48 to 50% of exports are accounted for by MSMEs. So the first question, let's be very clear, no trade is going to be promoted as part of the Indo-EU FTA unless the MSMEs are an integral part. You cannot ignore the fact that they constitute 50% of exports and say, okay, we are going to move ahead with the Indo-EU FTA and not worry about MSME. So that's the first question let's sort of keep apart for the moment, that they're an integral part of our exports. Now, what is the link? Now, there are a lot of issues one can do in terms of looking at the trade data, etc., etc. I've tried to do a few things myself in the context of MSMEs. The differential changes have taken place. It used to be value in terms of plant equipment, now it's value in terms of turnover. All those definitional changes, let's leave aside. Let's look at the pattern of MSMEs in the early 2000s and the pattern of MSMEs in terms of production just before the COVID crisis of 2019-20 onwards. In terms of production, we know that the top MSMEs, as I've just been able to figure out, I will not name, you all know them. They are basically sectors like basic metals, food products and beverages, chemicals, transport, machinery, equipment on the production side, commodity side. Between the early 2000s and they say the period between 2013, 15, around that area, there's actually been very little change in terms of the top 5 MSMEs in terms of value added. Top 5. There can be movement about. In fact, if you look at this, if you look at the top 5 exporting industries, forget about MSMEs and non-MSMEs. They are the same in terms of structure as the top 5 MSMEs in terms of value. There's only one interesting addition. In the period after 2013-14, textiles emerges as a major export item. But textile is not the most important in terms of value added of MSMEs. What is the conclusion one draws? The textile sector is critical to India in terms of trade, as recent data shows. It wasn't very important in the early part of 2000s in terms of trade. It has become important today. It was important in terms of numbers. It is important in terms of numbers today, but it's not necessarily the most important in terms of values. What that shows is that while textiles still have now become a dominant item in terms of exports, they are not the dominant items in terms of value added. In other words, a lot of firms are getting into exporting in terms of numbers. Largest numbers are textiles, but not the largest in terms of value added. But they don't constitute the major value added. In other words, it is the not so important textile firms in terms of value which are getting into export sector. Now you know that textile is a thrust sector of the government. The PLI initiative is also been expected. So the first question will also be extended to textiles. So the first question to ask yourself is, why is textiles not emerging as a critical export industry, not only in terms of value, but in terms of the number of, not only in terms of exports, but in terms of the value added share in total production of MSMEs. Why are not the most important MSMEs also the ones which are exporting in the context of textile? That's the first useful question to ask. Why is that so important? That relates to the next issue as to what determines trade, whether it is FTAs or not FTAs. If you're not part of the value chain of production, you're not going to be able to export. It is not simply a question of how quickly I make a shirt, how cheap my shirt or my linen or whatever it is. That's not enough for export. Are you part of the value chain? And that's where, for historical reasons, the Indian textile sector, which I'm really concentrating on here, has failed. While the other sectors which are important, for example, machinery equipment, major sector, agricultural products, fabricated metal products, these have become an important part of world value chain. The textile sector has failed. Now, I know for a fact that India is an important sector in the context of MSMEs. Please notice everything I'm saying in the context of MSMEs. India has been an important supplier in terms of products like linen, bed covers, but never in terms of the high value added products like garments, where the leadership is frankly countries like Bangladesh and Pakistan in the Asian subcontinent. Now, recently you will see a jump in the number of products in textiles, and you will see the reason is because we're exporting a lot of cotton to Bangladesh. Because cotton, Bangladesh exports. Why is India not able to become part of the value-added textile product? Something which I'm going to spend 2 minutes on. By the way, please, the moderator, let me know when I have 2 minutes to go. You know, we academics, we can speak for the next 2 hours. So you have to be able to tell us, okay, enough time now. So I'm going to say a very simple thing. It's not only about MSMEs and exports. It's also about a critical part of exports today, which wasn't probably as critical in the early 90s and 80s. Technology. Technology is critical. And here, the minute I say technology, and I'm going to link it to something else, foreign investment, immediately people will jump and say, oh my God, big firm. Not true. FDI is no longer a big firm issue. It is just a multi-country supply chain issue. It has got nothing to do with big and small. Let me remind you, some of the largest foreign direct investors in India, one of the companies are, for example, Switzerland. But Switzerland, the major producer of small scale, not large scale. Similarly, Taiwan dominates world trade, but these are small scale industries. These are not large scale. But the crucial thing is, are they part of the technological link? And I would like to suggest that the long-term link of trade and FDI is well known. And that comes from the fact that one thing that FDI brings to you is technology. And this is not signing technology agreements, which is what governments always think bring you technology. It is the presence of foreign firms in the country gives you more in terms of the spillovers of technology than actually signing agreements saying, okay, I will use your patents or whatever. That is not how technology works. Technology works by learning and doing. And that's where the textile sector, historically, for political reasons, has remained far behind, and that's where it's crucial. So if you look at the PLI, and I'm going to quickly mention this point, and if you look at government incentives, of which PLI is probably one of the best things in recent days, it is not enough to say, okay, I will expand production, and our data shows us that when MSMEs expand productions, exports also increase. Although I'm not saying that's the causality. You have to expand production. It's not enough to simply say, give me a government incentive, let me expand production. Question you have to ask is, am I in a situation of getting into the world supply chain or not? Without that, government incentives become a short-term palliative. I understand the issue in the context of the COVID phenomena. The sectors most hurt by the COVID phenomena were the MSMEs. And I know that MSMEs work on very small margins. And even the bank rates of 6%, 7%, 8% are too high in terms of the operating margins that MSMEs need. MSMEs need more working capital than fixed capital. I understand that. And their cash reserves are normally pretty low. I understand all that. But these incentives in terms of the loans, etc., which banks can give you, collateral being relaxed, is only going to solve your COVID problem. It's not going to solve, and I'm again please referring to the textiles, it's not going to solve a problem as to what allows you to get into world trade. So let's come back and let me try to, I have another 5 minutes, sir? Do I have 5 minutes more?
Sir, we have enough time because,
Okay.
as I said, Mr. Sandeep Chakravarty, because of his ill health, couldn't join us. So we have enough time to listen to your good.
Okay, fine. Then let me elaborate more on themes. Let's just press the button or raise your hand whenever you want me to, shut up and get on with the conference. So here is where the first point I want to make, the broad, which MSME sectors are going to get into the supply chain and therefore become a part of any export effort, whether it is the FTA. You're not going to export because of the FTA. You're exporting anyway, and the FTA hopefully will bring you some benefits. Let me mention, since it's now history, Since 2007, I think 2006, I have been saying, writing, and check my blogs and articles in the popular media, that ASEAN has no interest for India because we don't trade in that area. Even today, our total trade with ASEAN is very limited. And whatever growth in ASEAN trade has taken place, frankly, is on the import side. And I don't want to comment, we all know what's happening there. But it is these areas like the OECD, UK, and the US where we have traditionally been exporting. These are also the areas from where traditionally FDI has come. The link is very clear. If you don't have an FDI in a particular sector over a period of time, you are not going to export. And that's the point I want to keep telling you. And here's an exercise in your audience, if you have any researchers. Look at any two sets of countries. Look at their bilateral FDI. Look at their bilateral trade. And there's a one-to-one link between the two. In the Indian context, the only two exceptions are, one is Mauritius for reasons I don't need to elaborate any further, and the other is China because we do not allow FDI from China. Beyond that, there is no exception to the rule. Then bilateral trade and bilateral FDI go together. Coming back to MSMEs, so that's the first point I want to make. Even in the context of FTAs, we are going to obviously next year, if the ministry is able to, and I'm told they are moving in that direction, is able to push the exports or push through the FTA in the early harvest. And I recall writing in a paper which for the ministry in 2015, where I said that 2020-19 is when everyone's going to start complaining about the ASEAN. Because the early harvest is something you would have done anyway, irrespective of whether you had an FTA or not. That's what it is. That's what early harvest is. It's kind of a, it's an early harvest agreement in any FTA, in Indo-EU is no difference, is merely an expression of interest. We express interest that we'd like to take it, but where are you going to take it further? Now, here is where the Brexit issue comes. What is it that the UK has lost because of Brexit? Now, the first point, what is it that, so here's the next question that you need to ask yourself, I'll come back to MSME. So what is it that UK lost in Brexit in terms of trade with the EU? One is that UK is the major exporter of services to the EU. And I'll come back to a little later in the context of MSME services. So the first question is, if I am going to channel my production patterns of existing manufactured goods, MSMEs, and I'm going to again talk about these various products, agricultural products, great scope, possibility, then crop and animal production, fabricated metal products and machinery. These are really your top 5 MSMEs. And they are the top 5 MSMEs exporting anywhere in the world. They are the ones which are going to export. You're not going to suddenly start exporting to EU or to UK something which you were not exporting in the world. It doesn't work like this because you are the major exporters as major producers, major exporters, the MSMEs in these 5-6 products. They are the ones you're going to export. Maybe you will boost a little more because of additional incentive the FTA may give. Now, here is the first point. And let's finish manufacturers. I'll go on to my next thing after that. Trade is not only about exports. I've been screaming from the rooftops. You trade export because you import. If you did not want to import, there would be no reason to export. Look at the reverse. If this was not true, if all you had to do was export, then the best thing would be to make nothing in the country, nothing available at home to your consumers, export the whole GDP. But then you'll all be dead here, right? Nothing available. So export is nothing but an intention to import. It has no meaning otherwise. It's an exchange through trade of goods and services of other countries. So get ready for also planning, and this is the problem with bigger trading country like EU, UK, same thing will come. We won't have to import. So the MSMEs better get used to the fact that there are certain areas where we're going to be importing more. Fortunately, in the case of manufacturing, your options of UK is limited. They're not very competitive. But you've got to be ready to be importing stuff. So it's not all about exports. It's also about imports. And interestingly, if you look at it, you will find the top 5 importing industries in MSMEs in 2016 were about the same as the exporting. And I mentioned here electrical equipment, machinery, chemicals, plastic articles, food products. Very similar. And that's a good thing. It says you're adding value. You're importing something, adding value to that and re-exporting. That's what value chain and trade is all about. It's not about only what I export. But in this, and PhD House as an organization is one which has to bring it to them, someone's going to lose. If you earn 1 more rupee through export, there will be something you lose through import because that person won't be competed. Does that person have to be competed out? We are talking about Atmanirbhar Bharat. What does that mean? Importing MSMEs better be careful too. They have to also upgrade their technology. Don't only upgrade technology on the export side, upgrade technology on the import side too. Can we become less dependent? Let's take a very, very important trade example, not necessarily only MSMEs, although they are there, and I see you have a session on that in the remaining days. Take pharma. With all the political issues it had with China, and no one can deny that, and these are not new, they've come to a head now, they've been simmering since 1960s. Why is it you're still unable to cut trade? They are still your largest exporters. They are still your largest trader. Why are you unable to do it? For two major items. APIs, pharmaceutical ingredients, active pharmaceutical ingredients. One. What is the most important? Insulin. If you don't get insulin from China, your diabetics will be gone and India is becoming a diabetic capital of the world. You cannot do in pharma today without these APIs. So, what is it you should be looking at? How do I get active substitutes for these APIs? In the 50s, an attempt was made to start. IDPL came up to make penicillin for the same reasons. And now, since about, I think, January last year, the government has been again pushing for domestic companies to make these APIs. Because that is the only way you will get over the dependence. Take power equipment. That's the other big item you import. They export cheap. Now, there's no point of saying why do they export cheap. They do. And I see many commenters say, oh, the Chinese are idiots, they take losses. That's their problem, not yours. As far as the company is concerned, I get the cheapest power equipment from there. Now, where can MSMEs, and there's no doubt in my mind that the political issues internationally without which you can never trade are going to drive RTAs as much as just the trade aspect. And there's no doubt in my mind that MSME is an important advantage that get over this old hang-up of becoming a trading intermediary between China and the West. You know, you buy something from China, do a few things to it and export. That's not going to work. You have to actually become part of the actual production supply chain. And this is where the opportunities are there. And these opportunities are there for the next 4 to 5 years. Because there's no doubt this shift is going to take place because of domestic issues in China of debt, a lot of issues of politics, and of course the international political arguments which everyone knows. So think carefully of the international politics. Do not think all these things happen irrespective of that. That is a very integral part. Can we become part of that supply chain which is going to move from, let's say, some of them, will not all, because we don't have that. If you look at the top 4 exports from China, none of them are important for us. Can we replicate there? What are the areas in which MSMEs can replicate some of the kind of industry which will shift to India? They will, but you have a window of 4 or 5. And I do believe FDI is one method by which we can ensure that that shift takes place. But that shift is also going to mean that some small MSMEs on the import side are going to be hurt. They have to figure out how they can be more competitive. So that give and take is something you have to get used to, and FDI and technology are going to be used to. Let me sort of mention one last point here. I know of no case globally where an FTA, whether you take the NAFTA, or whether you take EU, or you take any other important economic FTA, has not been accompanied by increasing inflows of FDI. And the success of the FTA will lie to the extent that your FDI policies are going to also become more trade friendly. It won't help giving an incentive to a trader and say, well, FDI policy will follow 2 years later. No use. You have to be doing the two things together, because FDI and trade are two sides of the same coin. They are not two different things. So remove, hopefully it's now on lower scale, remove FDI from political calculations. They are not important. Let me spend another 5 minutes, after which I'll end, on the other area where we are now getting data but don't really know where we were in the early 2000s. Services. As you know, most of the PLI incentives and other incentives have been extended by the government to the service sector, which is emerging as the major exporter. And the same is true of the small scale MSME. In fact, most service sectors are MSME sectors. In manufacturing, you have very, very large sectors, but in services, they are mostly small MSMEs. So maybe PhD House, even now your focus is on the manufacturing sector. I think you better start thinking in terms of, I was looking at your calendar of events, and I do think you have a section where you're talking about services. Yeah, you got hospitality and tourism. You got travel, hospitality, tourism. Oh, good, you have a section emerging technology. Well, that links in what I'm saying too. Now what I'm saying is the following. Services is the other integral part to get into world trading. And I believe here is where the toughest bargain with EU is going to, with UK is going to be. Because what UK has lost in Brexit, the only major loss they've had, they import everything else, but they are major exporters of services. Now that's where we have to think, how can we have bilateral trade between Indo and UK in the context of services. The UK's major comparative advantage in financial services, and as being as the financial capital in one sense, apart from Antwerp, of course, in Germany, but many services are something which you can bring to the table. Although I think this will probably start as a commodity FTA, but hopefully it will move into services also at a later date. Here the difficulty is that these are areas, these services are areas, just like commodities. We are willing to export and import services. But just like when you export a service, you have to import service. Have we created the domestic constituency for this? You may export hospitality. Are you willing to import hospitality? So maybe a house like PhD House would help government efforts in this part by starting to create a domestic political constituency to say, well, we're going to have to import services too. Now, the difficulty with services is all changes take place through domestic regulatory changes. In the case of manufacturers, just a question of shifting the tariffs up and down, which is easy to do bilaterally. It's a central subject. But services means regulatory issues. Many of these are state regulatory issues. And many of these, like education and hospitality, are state subjects, not central. And political capital will have to be used to bring them on board. So my suggestion would be, let's start bringing the MSMEs. The government has done it in terms of extending benefits. Let the business houses also bring in small scale services into this, and let them be also part of the discussion. We've already got a section of hospitality. And again, everyone will say, what will you export? Would you also import? Are we creating the capital? Are we creating the data? What is a hospitality service? Ultimately, FTA agreements and other agreements, they get into things like tariff lines and all. Are we ready with that in the context of service? I do believe whether services trade expands is going to be critical. That is the sector where your FDI comes in from these countries. That is incidentally also where India is a major FDI exporter now in services. So how quickly can we bring services into that, especially those which are MSME oriented and where technology is critical, absolutely critical. So let me once again thank you for inviting me, and the main points I'm making is, how closely are you looking at technology? The trade agreement cannot do something which technology will not permit. And how will you integrate services and be ready for the Indo-EU FTA, which I believe will actually be concluded. But remember, it is a long agreement, so look at the 10-year horizon, don't just look at what happens in 22. Thank you once again, and thank you once again for inviting me.
Thank you, Professor Pant, for a very detailed information about how the MSMEs of India should work and what the government, how the government should make the SME as an integral part of all its, aims. Sir, we'd like to also inform you that the PhD chamber is very focused on, working closely with, have a dedicated MSME center where we work closely with all the difficulties with the MSMEs face, and definitely incorporate all the things which you have said. Before I invite, I request Mr. Sanjay Agrawal, President, to talk on what Sir Pant has said. President, sir, are you there? Okay. Pastor Watford, do you have anything to tell to the profession? Mr. Vikram Gera. Thank you very much, Professor Pant, for spending your time for joining us and giving us a very detailed way forward for the Indian MSME. So friends, to conclude, now we will break for the lunch, but before that, I'll request Mr. Vikram Gera to kindly deliver the
Chancellor Ambassador Anil Wadhwa, Chair PHTC, CI Ambassadors Economic, Sanjay Agarwal, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I would like to extend my gratitude to each one of you attending today's gratitude and thanks to Dr. Pant, Ambassador Wadhwa, and focused and comprehensive presentation. All participants have found this session useful at the business community for forging business ties. Sure, with many more sessions, all have resulted in knowledge sharing and bridge the information gap that industry faces. Special thanks to the British supporting the Chamber for this very important. I request all present to carry this vote of
Thank you, sir. So friends, let us now break for lunch, and we have as I said, we have very two important sessions starting at 2:30. See you sharp at 2:30. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back. And very soon we'll start the session on India-UK collaboration in MSME sector. All the speakers who will be joining us today, Mr. Mohan Bhuwan, the Industry Representative, Primary Markets, London Stock Exchange. Then we have Dr. Sachin Bajaj from Ujala Cygnus Healthcare. Have a perspective from Dr. Meena Mahajan from City Foundation. Also be joined by Mr. Michael Kevs, Pharma Segment Manager, APAC, Malvern Analytical. Finally, we'll have Ms. Swati Gupta, the founder of Mom's Charm and India 2 Card. Before we begin, let me just check if all of them are online. Mr. Mohan Bhuwan, are you online?
Yes, I am. Hello.
Right, sir. Good afternoon. Dr. Sachin Bajaj? Dr. Meena Mahajan? Mr. Michael, are you online? We're just waiting for other speakers to join us online, so just give us a couple of minutes.
No issue.
Sorry for the delay, everyone. So we'll begin this session on India-UK collaboration in MSME sectors, and we have good number of presentations from various speakers who are talking about various different industry. So to begin this session, may I invite Mr. Vikram Gera, the co-chair of International Affairs Committee for Europe and CIS, to give the introductory remarks, please. Sir.
Thank you, Neeraj. Afternoon, everyone. Let me start introductory remarks. Relationships are the basis for all of life's rewards and struggles. Everyone needs someone to learn from and share ideas with. Good relationship offers understanding when you fail, confidence when you are in doubt, celebration as you go through. They also allow you opportunities to give, to mentor, and to share. It has been well said that work is connected independence, such is the relationship between India and UK. Bond which at its heart has shared history, culture, and values. I would like to begin with a quote from the Bhagavad Gita, which says, "A person can rise through the efforts of his own mind or draw himself down in the same manner, because each person is his own friend or enemy." It gives me immense pleasure to address all the distinguished guests gathered here today. Delighted to see many familiar faces, and I'm in complete awe of the collective expertise here. I extend my heartfelt welcome to our esteemed guests. India and UK are committed to a partnership that delivers for both countries. In the recent years, there has been a concerted efforts to strengthen the UK's bilateral relationship with India. Both India and UK are vibrant democracies, leading economies of the world with impressive advances and capabilities in human resources, manufacturing, innovation, and fintech. India is expected to emerge as one of the leading economies in the world for the next decade in the light of a positive political and economic scenario. The micro, small, and medium enterprises segment is expected to play a significant role in the Indian economy. The development of this segment is extremely critical to meet the national imperatives of financial inclusion, generation of significant levels of employment across urban and rural areas across the country. Further, it can nurture and support development of new age entrepreneurs who have the potential to create globally competitive businesses from India. Digital India Revolution also provides a great opportunity to promote MSME participation in the information communication and telecommunication sector in line with the government vision. There are approximately 63 million MSME enterprise sector across various industries employing 106 million people. Overall, the MSME sector accounts for 45% of Indian industrial output, 40% of exports. MSME sector has slowly come down into the limelight with increased focus from the government and other government institutions, corporate bodies, and banks. Policy-based changes, investments into the sector, globalization, and India's growth story have opened up several latent business opportunities for this sector. Our government's bold reforms that include Make in India, skill development, One Nation, One Tax, simplification of procedures, and removal of obsolete laws should be leveraged that have led to ease of doing business. India's huge consumer-based market is a factor that would drive the expansion of trade. Further, India has opened up all sectors for foreign direct investments. Opportunities exist for establishing joint ventures and technical tie-ups in the MSME sector based on the competitive advantages of both countries, the areas of availability of raw materials and technology. Ministry of Micro, Small and Medium Enterprise envision a vibrant MSME sector by promoting growth and development of the MSME sector, including khadi, village and coir industries in cooperation with the concerned ministries, departments, state governments, and other stakeholders through providing support to existing enterprises and encouraging creation of new enterprises. The current investment climate in the country includes the target sectors of nanotechnologies and advanced materials, automotive industry, aerospace, and life sciences may be explored. We are fortunate that we have a very distinguished line of speakers today for discussion. To conclude with a saying from Bhagavad Gita, all actions take place in time by the interweaving of the forces of nature, but the man lost in selfish delusion thinks that he himself is the actor. I hope everyone present here takes with them a piece of our endeavor and cherish the moment for a foreseeable period. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Gira, for setting the tone of the session. So, ladies and gentlemen, we now have Mr. Mohan Bhuwan, the Indian representative of primary markets and stock exchange, to share his experience. Mr. Bhuwan, please.
Thank you very much. And may I say it's a great privilege for me to be given the opportunity. I hope you can see me clearly. Let me just add some lights here. It's a great opportunity for me to have the privilege of addressing members of the PhD Chambers of Commerce and Industry. It's obviously one of the largest chambers of commerce that we have in India, and definitely one of the largest and oldest that we have in this part of the country, in North India. In case you're wondering, I'm actually addressing you from Noida, not very far away from where the PhD Chambers offices are. And I'm based here in New Delhi. My name is Mohan Bhuwan. And I've been working for the London Stock Exchange Group for a very long time now. And in the last 3 or 4 years, I've been the primary markets lead in this country. And that really means that I talk to companies, Indian companies, who are interested in issuing their equity and debt securities on overseas exchanges, and talk to them about, listing the same securities on the London Stock Exchange. That's just a short introduction to me. Can we move on to the next slide, please? I think, when you look at the graph on the left-hand side, I'm sorry, I can't see the slide. Can you? Thank you very much. When you look at the graph on the left-hand side, you're probably wondering that, it's going to take a very, very long time for you to understand this slide. You're not alone. I'm also one such person. I have actually never, and I keep joking that it'll be probably before I retire when I understand this particular slide. But really what this slide tries to tell you is that I work for the London Stock Exchange PLC, which is the stock exchange which sits at the heart of the London Stock Exchange Group. But the London Stock Exchange Group itself is a very big entity. The global stock exchange business has changed in the last few years, and London Stock Exchange is actually part of one of the 3 divisions of the London Stock Exchange Group. So the stock exchange, which which is responsible for securities listing and trading, sits in the heart of the Capital Markets Group. All the London Stock Exchange Group's various markets and derivatives and foreign currency markets, etc., all part of the Capital Markets Group. The biggest group, of course, is the Data and Analytics Group. And as I was saying a couple of minutes ago, the stock exchange business has changed. It's no longer so much about listing and trading of securities. It is about data and analytics. Data, you often hear the cliche that data is the new oil. In the stock exchange business, or the stock exchange, or the market infrastructure business that London Stock Exchange Group represents, it is definitely a truism. Data is definitely the new oil, and data and analytics is now our biggest division by far. The third division is the clearing division, the post-trade division, and that basically includes our LCH clearinghouse. It's responsible for over $1 quadrillion worth of the securities clearing, per year. So I mean, that just to give you the size of what you're talking about. And in the data and analytics business, we also have the FTSE Russell Index business, and that is responsible for about $16 trillion worth of assets worldwide are benchmarked against some index or the other of the FTSE Russell business. And the data and analytics business also includes Refinitiv. A lot of you may have heard of Refinitiv. Refinitiv is the data business of Thomson & Reuters. As of the 1st of February 2021, it has become part of the London Stock Exchange Group by acquisition. And in fact, Refinitiv has a very big presence in India, the data and analytics and the the foreign exchange trading part of that business, with 5,000 people in India alone. So that in a nutshell is what the London Stock Exchange Group is all about. And just to remind you again that I work for LSC PLC, it gives the name to the group, but it's actually a very small part of the group. Next slide, please. Yeah, the world's most international exchange. Next slide, please, and I'll talk about this. So just to give you a snapshot of what the exchange is all about, it is, of course, one of the world's largest exchanges. We have almost 2,000 companies with a combined market cap of $7.4 trillion now. And as I mentioned, like, in the last 10 years, we have raised, if you look at all equities and bonds and, exchange traded products and fund raising, we have raised a total of $10 trillion in the last 10 years. About 190 or close to $200 billion worth of equity raisings has been completed in the last 3 years. And, what I wanted to show you actually is the bar graph, on the left-hand side of the slide. And you would notice that, it basically talks about the market cap sizes that we have across the range. And the London Stock Exchange really is all about the range of opportunities we provide to companies of all types. So if you look on the right-hand side, you'll see all the companies which are $1 billion plus. There are about 124 companies which have market caps in excess of $10 billion. But on the left-hand side, you will see a range of companies, about 500 or so, which have market caps of $50 million or less. And this really represents a big opportunity. Mr. Vikram Gera in his opening address alluded to it. The SME business is always at the heart of any economy. And so more so even in the UK and Europe. So, the 500 companies are, of course, divided across not just the main market of the London Stock Exchange. And I'll come to that, the main market and the difference between our markets a little later, but also on our AIM market, which is a growth market. And on the right-hand side, we have, a pie chart which shows, the IPO proceeds of this year. We've had close to 76 IPOs. We have had 76 IPOs this year. And, what is remarkable about those 76 IPOs is that about 29 of them are tech IPOs. And, the London Stock Exchange in the past historically has never been associated that much with tech, but now tech has become our largest sector. And so we have a whole host of, fintech companies, software as a service companies, cybersecurity companies, artificial intelligence companies, and hardware companies and semiconductor companies who now come to market in London. It's no longer that the US is the one and only tech destination. We also have various, and as you can see, even in India, we've developed a very strong tech pipeline for IPOs, and similar is the case with London as well. The next slide, please. One of the remarkable things about London is that, it may not be the world's largest exchange. That honor is for the New York Stock Exchange, but it is definitely the world's most international exchange. And it is the world's most international exchange for 3 reasons. About 4 out of, as I mentioned, we have about 2,000 companies on the market. Almost 38% or you can say 4 out of 10 companies are international companies. In the last few years, we've had 74 companies come from the US alone. So, we welcome companies from all over the world, and including North America. And those 74 companies represent, most of them, the bulk of them are from the United States, who choose to list in London rather than in their home country. And, every year we've had, about half the top 10 IPOs every year are international ones. It was the case for 2020. It is also the case for this year. Has been the case for 2019 and 2018 as well. So, the world's most international exchange. The other 2 reasons why we are the most international exchange in the world is that our investor base is highly diversified. If you look at a pie chart, which will come later on, the investor base that the London Stock Exchange gives you, about 50% is UK investor base or UK funds under management. 30% is from North America, 15% from Europe, and the rest from Asia. So, if you compare that with the United States, then you'll see that about 80 or 90% is from America alone. So, the diverse investor base is something that London offers. And the other difference that we have from most of the global exchanges is that all the funds under management, the average fund under management on the London Stock Exchange is overweight on foreign stocks. And but if you go to the United States or other exchanges in Europe, you'll see that the average fund manager is underweight on foreign stocks. So, London obviously much more welcoming of overseas stocks than most other global exchanges. Next slide, please. Thank you very much. Coming back to India now, historically, London Stock Exchange has had a great relationship with India. We have had about more than $14.5 billion raised by about 71 companies which have had some sort of, and I'm talking about equity alone, have had some sort of equity presence on the London Stock Exchange. All the names at the bottom are very familiar. Most of them are familiar for you. At the moment, we have about 36 companies which have an equity listing on the London Stock Exchange. They represent a total market capital of about $360 billion, and that includes the securities which are listed in London as well as in India. And this number has come down from 70 to about 36 over a period of time. And most of those have been because a lot of them were GDR issues. GDR issues become small over time, and then they get delisted if they're not replenished. A few of them were smaller companies which have joined the market called AIM, and I'll talk about it a little later. A lot of those AIM companies got acquired. A lot of them didn't do well in their own businesses, and they closed down. So then they left the exchange. But we still have a good cohort of companies on AIM as well, about a dozen or so, and they're doing pretty well there. And the AIM exchanges, of course, is of interest to members of the PhD Chambers of Commerce because it caters mostly to smaller and growing companies. Next slide, please. Familiar names on the right-hand side: Airtel in Africa and Dish TV. These are some of the bigger deals that have come in recent times to us, and I really wanted to concentrate on Tirupati Graphite for you. Tirupati Graphite is the kind of company which could have been, if it was in North India, would have been a member of the PhD Chamber of Commerce. It is a company which is headquartered in Mumbai. It has graphite ore mines in Madagascar. It's incorporated in the UK. It has graphite processing facilities in Maharashtra and Gujarat. Truly an international company, but very small. It had a $8 million IPO on the London Stock Exchange, for a $43 million market cap. That has increased tremendously now. It's about $60 million or so. And it's just just to show the kind of company that we can welcome from anywhere to our markets. It is on the main market. It's not on AIM, and it's the kind of company which took a long time to decide on where to go to market, and then decided because of the nature of its business, the way it is spread, the kind of the kind of uses for graphite, which have as in solar panels, etc. They decided to come to London, and they are flourishing there. Next slide, please. So when you'd all be wondering, why when we have well-developed kind of capital markets in India, then what role do we have, for an overseas exchange of any kind, including the US exchanges in India? As you know, in India, we have a very well-developed capital market. There are more than 4,000, almost 5,000 companies which are listed at $3 trillion worth of market cap. These are, the market is capable of absorbing very large IPOs. Shortly, we are going to see the IPO of the Life Insurance Corporation of India, which is probably going to have a market capitalization of over $100 billion in India alone. We've also recently seen the IPO of Zomato. They wanted to raise $1.3 billion, and they got demand for about 38 times that. And the market, of course, is characterized by an increasingly bigger foreign portfolio institutional investor base, a bigger retail investor base, a lot of mutual funds, and high net worth individuals. So a very well developed, a very kind of diverse market as well. So therefore, what requirement for an overseas exchange? But that said, there are certain limitations that India faces. Primarily among them is that there is a great whole universe of foreign portfolio investors and funds under management which are not covered by the FPI clause, the foreign portfolio investors who are registered in India. Global funds under management In the London Stock Exchange alone is about $500 billion plus. And, Indian companies need to access capital which goes beyond what is available in India and beyond what is available through the FPIs. Of course, now there's a significant growth in ESG funds as well. India has only about 7% of its funds under management which goes into ESG investments. There are a total of only 19 funds. In the UK and in the US, there are 500 ESG funds alone. In China, there are about 120 ESG funds alone. So there's a whole universe of investors that are yet untapped through Indian markets, and also certain kinds of Indian companies would probably get better valuations outside. They'll probably be better received by investors outside. They would probably be able to acquire a valid international currency in their shares, which are traded on overseas exchanges, which they can use as acquisition currency to grow and expand by acquisitions and merger overseas. So a whole host of reasons that require that the Indian capital markets and the overseas capital markets work in tandem and in a complementary nature to each other. So India has recognized that. Next slide, please. And we are now moving towards a system where we are going to have an overseas listings policy, which is going to come into place, hopefully with the budget session of Parliament, which is due in January and February of 2022. A lot of work has already been done on this front. The Indian Companies Act of 2013 has been amended to allow for the first time Indian companies to issue their equity shares on overseas exchanges. As you know, until now, if you wanted to have an overseas listing as an Indian company, then you would have to first obtain a listing on an Indian exchange and then issue either ADRs or GDRs, American Depository Receipts, or Global Depository Receipts, and then list on a foreign exchange, and that would be a secondary listing to an Indian exchange. But this new policy envisions primary issuances as well. So we are going to probably see sometime in 2022 onwards, the first Indian companies issue their common equity shares on overseas exchanges, IPO overseas, and then and take advantage of foreign capital for their further growth. So this, of course, has a bearing on companies from all sectors, not just large companies or tech companies or renewable energy companies or fintech companies, but it has a bearing for everybody, including members of the PhD chambers of commerce and industry. If you have an international business, if you have growth overseas, if you're planning to go overseas, if you have a lot of international customers, if you get revenue from overseas, then you might want to see that how are you going to grow, and whether growth in India or growth overseas, and whether a listing overseas and raising capital from overseas is going to help you grow. So those are the considerations that come come into your mind when you when you're planning how to go public and where to go public, and this is something that will come to you as well. Next slide, please. So going public in London, of course, I alluded to this earlier. We basically offer three segments for equity listings. First of all is the premium segment, and this is the segment that a company will choose if you want to have index inclusion in the FTSE UK series, if you want to have if you want to adhere to a corporate governance standard, which is the UK corporate governance standard, which is super equivalent to the EU corporate governance standards. And the premium category companies, of course, have the best exposure to the market, the best exposure to the buy side, and analyst coverage, etc. We have had a couple of Indian companies on the premium segment in the past. Vedanta was one of them. SR Energy was another, and we're looking forward to welcoming more such companies to the premium segment when the overseas listings policy comes into play. The standard segment is one in which, for example, Tirupati Graphite, who I discussed earlier, has listed on. The advantage of the standard segment is that you can adhere to a corporate governance principles from the home nation. So for example, if you're an Indian incorporated company, then you can adhere to the corporate governance principles and standards of India rather than the UK. And then but still have all the benefits of obtaining a main market listing on the London Stock Exchange. But of course, there are limitations there. You will not be part of the premium segment, and you will not be included in the indices. But capital raising, visibility, profile, it's similar to what you can get on the main market. And thirdly, of course, is a market which has become familiar in India, which is the AIM market, which is a growth market. It's a market where the features and characteristics are tailor-made for smaller companies, for SME companies, for growth companies. There are no restrictions on free float. There's no restrictions on how much capital you need to raise. There are no restrictions on what kind of business record you've had. You don't have to produce accounts for 3 years. So this is a market where a lot of companies used to come at a fairly early stage of their development. We've had companies who come to us for AIM after the B and C rounds of venture capital, and then use the market and use public investment to grow. One of the best examples that I can give you of an Indian company which has used AIM, no longer an AIM, but it used AIM very judiciously. It grew to a big size now. Greenko, which is the renewable energy company, it has, as you know, now it's worth about $6 billion or so. But back about 10 years ago when they came to AIM, they had a small IPO of about $70 million. And came back to the market a couple of times, raised follow-on capital, grew to a certain size, and now it's the behemoth. It's probably the second or third largest renewable energy company in India today. Next slide, please. Just a little word on debt as well, because I cover debt as well as equity. Most of my work is on the equity side, but we do have debt issuances from India. And so far, in the last few years, we've had about 20 issuers raise about $15 billion, and they've issued there are currencies, the bonds in 3 different currencies, primarily in US dollars, also in pounds, and also of late in Indian rupees as well. So this is obviously an option for many companies. A lot of companies who are members of the PhD Chamber of Commerce will be eligible to raise external commercial borrowings by issuing bonds. But the issue here really is that the RBI has a cap of 450, all-inclusive cap on the pricing of a bond, which is 450 basis points above the benchmark rate. So it has to be, the cost of raising or issuing a bond should be within that. So that has been a deterrent for a lot of, lower yield, high yield companies, lower rated and high yield companies to tap international bond markets. But hopefully that's set to change in the years coming forward, and we'll have much more issuers, more high yield issuers, smaller issuers coming to market as well. Next slide, please. London Stock Exchange also has been in the forefront of the development of the masala bond market. So far, there are about 49 issuances have taken place. There have been about 15 issuers in the past. There are about 10 or 11 which are active still. A total of $7.6 billion have been raised, and the issuers have been really a mix of Indian companies as well as foreign institutions like the IFC and other supranational institutions. This is a market which is yet to develop further. But then if a company, for example, wants to tap overseas investors for debt, but doesn't want to take on the additional cost of hedging, by making the issuance in dollars, and they can obviously tap the rupee market. There are obviously costs to this as well, but this is something that we are trying to do, and working both with the UK government as well as the Indian government to internationalize the rupee a little much more, and make rupee issuances overseas a more regular feature. Next slide, please. And of course, nowadays, no discussion, can end without, some mention of the ESG. Globally, we have something like $35 trillion worth of funds which are tailored towards ESG investments of all kinds across asset classes, equity, bonds, funds, exchange-traded products, etc. And of course, the London Stock Exchange does provide platforms for all these categories. So we have a cross asset class platform for ESG. We have, for equity listings, and Tirupati Graphite is one such company. It can, if you have equity, your revenue proceeds are above 50%, then you can get something called the Green Economy Mark. And the Green Economy Mark immediately enhances your visibility and profile with, investors in the international scenario. It's a very sought after mark. It's a very sought after badge. And and that's the reason for that is that you have globally about $600 billion worth of ESG funds which are tracking equity alone, out of which $150 billion worth of those funds are in Europe and $21 billion are in the UK. So you have such a huge pool of funds which are chasing green investments, and the supply of green paper of various kinds, whether it's bonds or funds or units or indeed equity shares, is limited. So what we have seen is that companies which have the green economy mark are actually outperforming the FTSE 100 by about 40%. So there's a difference between correlation and causality. It's not saying that just because they have the green economy mark, they're outperforming the FTSE, but that is definitely a factor. So I wanted to end here. I would request the PhD Chamber of Commerce to circulate the PDF version of this particular deck amongst its members, and I'll be very happy to take questions offline, and of course to have one-to-one meetings with any of you later on. Thank you very much, and thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mohan, for taking us through the London Stock Exchange, and all of us who are present here, as well as over 500 people joined us virtually, must have a very detailed information about how London Stock Exchange works and what are the ways of getting the companies listed. And I'm sure with the current government of India's foreign policy and the incentives and the schemes which they have provided to the Indian industry, we are sure that the number of companies that's being listed at London Stock Exchange will increase from 36 to more in coming future. Thank you so much, Mr. Mohan.
Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, now we move on to a very interesting speaker who will be giving us the industry perspective on pharmaceuticals and healthcare. He is Mr. Sasank Saini, the CEO of Ujala Cignus Healthcare. Mr. Sasank, please.
Hey, good afternoon. I hope I'm well audible.
Yes, sir, you are.
Cool. Thank you so much for having me. I'll be filling in for Dr. Sachin Bajaj, unfortunately, with some professional, I think, other meetings. He has to skip this call. Hey, everyone. I think thanks, Mr. Mohan, for taking us to the inside topic of yours. It was pretty well organized. I'm Shashank. I'll just give you a brief intro about Ujala Cignus Medfo, and what we do, and also my insights on the topic for a day. I'm Shashank. I lead the Medfo. It's a health tech company providing full stack healthcare services in the urban and the rural cities of our country. Medfo, as the name says, is medicine on phone, right? And seeing this COVID crisis and the pandemic for last 1.5 years, we felt and we realized, that there's a lot of gap in the rural healthcare which have to be addressed, right? And that's how Medfo journey started. We partnered with Ujala Cignus, which is India's leading multi-specialty hospital. They're having some 16 hospitals in Tier 2 and Tier 3 cities of our country, in Delhi, Uttaranchal, UP, Haryana, right, as on today, and now expanding more to the upper hills area of Himachal and J&K. And we, matching our vision together, we thought, let's do something on the, rural healthcare where people can at least move from a cure side to the care side, which is pretty important right now. Cure, we have the offline hospitals chains, we have standalone units, but what about the care? And this segment of our population, which is the 60 to 70% of the Indian geography, the rural one, are always avoided. Right, all the health tech startups that we listen or we talk or we hear growing, expanding their business, they always focus on the Tier 1 and the urban market, right? But there are very few who have experience and made their hands dirty in this rural sector, which has to be, I firmly believe as voting is our birthright, the primary access to healthcare is also our birthright, and that's how the Medfo journey started with Dr. Sachin and the other stakeholders. As we talk about the topic, the industry perspective about the pharma and the healthcare, I think, we all have to agree, right? In the last 1.5 years, the dynamics have changed, right? Pharmaceutical companies are facing unique challenges as a result of the unprecedented changes across the healthcare and life sciences industries. However, these challenges have also unlocked a multitude of opportunities to explore new production, process, manufacture drugs faster, and save costs, better supply chain, increase responsiveness. The healthcare and the life science industries are witnessing a fundamental shift, moving away from the traditional product, focused approach that we could see, a couple of years back, and now moving towards more of a patient-centering and outcome-based one, right? The solutions are creating opportunities for a process improvement and additional value across enterprises, starting from research and development, all the way to supply chain management and care delivery models. Such a demanding, ever-evolving marketplace has created challenging business landscape for pharma and supply chains, which are the least explored in the life sciences space. The medicine industry has traditionally relied, as I said before, on the patient data. Though this data stream has become increasingly complex over the time, but still it's patient-based. However, now the emergence of the second stream, which is all set to impact the entire healthcare delivery system, is the population data. This this holistic data combined with social and economic determinants and emerging technologies has enormous potential to influence outcomes for the better and deliver business values. The technology, the technology proliferation globally and the overall shift towards the consumer engagement have been generating never-ending amount of data. As Mr. Mohan also said, the data is the oil, right? But how wisely we use it is the question always. The current data management strategies demand new approaches, which is in turn pave the way to plethora of opportunities, right? An efficient manufacturing process and dynamic supply chain is critical for pharma companies to thrive today's cutthroat global industry. Whosoever identify themselves, navigate themselves crossroads, I think will dictate the success as the healthcare service providers in the coming years. Today, if you see, the entire geographical spread on the healthcare and the stresses on the economic growth, globalization, privatization, a silent section of the society seems to be slipped through all safety nets. In India, one is talking about at least 26% of the population who fits into this category. The percentage varies from state to state. In most of the northern states, poverty seems to be increasing. And if you further disaggregate from urban to rural, you will find that 40% of the rural population in these 10 states in India are below the poverty line. If one further disaggregates the figures into the scheduled class, tribes, marginalized, etc., the percentage just keeps on rising. So if we have to accept the fact that there is a segment in our society, and we are talking about those 260 million Indians who are surviving with the burden of disease, estimated of around 30 billion, constituting to 5% of our GDP, the potential healthcare industry is the world's largest industry with total revenues approx $2.8 trillion. Right, and that's how the signals and the Medsource combination coming up together to cater to these sectors started off. When Signals started a decade back, and Dr. Suchin started and had a thought of providing affordable and quality healthcare in these tier 2, tier 3 cities. That was the birth of Signals, and the same on the lines was the birth of Medfo. There are some unfortunate stats which reflects this. For the first one is 1/4 of hospitalized Indians slips below the poverty line because of the hospital expenses alone. This number has been estimated to be 6 crore people every year, but has risen exponentially during the last year because of the COVID pandemic. The second, the hospitalized Indians spend more than half of their annual expenditures on healthcare, right? If you go to the more rural, cities or towns, right, they are in debt because of the healthcare expenditure they have to burn on the private hospitals, right? More than 40% of the hospitals, hospitalized borrow money or sell assets, which we keep on hearing very commonly. Right? They have to sell up their land, they have to mortgage their gold or other things, right, just to cover up the hospitalization costs. The fourth one is the poorest 20% Indians have more than twice rate of mortality, malnutrition, fertility of richest 20%. Right, and to address these gaps, and in view of crumbling public health infrastructure in COVID and skilled and trained medical power, and in 2008, Ujala Signals decided to take up the tertiary healthcare needs to the poorest of the target, and that's what Signals has been doing, right, and building up the gap with the physical assets that they have, on the offline side, which are the hospitals. And now building up the gaps with the help of the digital. So now we call Signals more of a phygital, healthcare delivery platform, not as a group of hospitals, in market, which is providing a combination of, the online as the offline sites together to, reduce the cost and the burden of on the healthcare ecosystem with the help of technology, and also to provide more affordable and quality, healthcare services, and specifically in the tertiary sectors, which are your, neuro, onco, cardio, ortho, specific specialties in this tier 2, tier 3. We observe that, people have to travel down to from 50 to 500 kilometers, to get these tertiary care and specific super specialty disease treatments to the metro cities. And what if someone, can bring them at their hometown? And that's what Signals did, and that's how what Medfo is contributing in this vision going forward. I think digital is something that we always look forward for, and has changed the dynamics of each and every business, from education, before that the m-commerce industry, the e-commerce industry, and now I think is the chance or the way forward for the healthcare industry. We are seeing a lot of startups coming up in together and providing the magnificent solutions in the healthcare ecosystem, and bridging the gaps from e-radiology to the wearables. Telemedicine has been contributing heavily in this sector, and to ensure that doctors are near to the consumers, rather than consumers going to the doctors. So that is the power of technology. I think the bigger picture is yet to be released when we see more evolution and technology coming up in our hands. Lot to learn from the UK partners. I think me myself have seen a lot of engaged and with multiple companies, who are trying to disrupt, building up amazing products from the UK. I think there's a lot to learn from these international countries, and how we can accept and adapt and put it together for our population is the question, and how fast we can do that. I think that's all the stakeholders have to play around into it, which is the government, consumer, and the medicine or the healthcare service providers.
Thank you, Mr. Sasank. It's actually a very good success story, I'll say, which is about the collaboration between India and UK, wherein Jala from India and Signals from UK collaborated to take care of the rural healthcare problem which exists in India. Thank you so much, sir. And I think this is an excellent example, and I think there will be a lot of such collaborations where both from UK and India will take care of the whole of the population. Healthcare system, the infrastructure, and the medicines, the telemedicines, the pharmaceutical. So thank you so much, Mr. Sasank. Now we move on to our next speaker, who will be talking about the wellness sector. So may I now invite Dr. Meena Mahajan from the Siddhi Foundation, presenter.
Namaste, everyone, and a very good evening. I hope I'm audible.
Yes, ma'am, you are.
Okay. So thank you, everybody, and I'm absolutely honored and privileged to be on this platform. And thank you very much, the British Business Group, for calling me back. I am Dr. Meena Mahajan, and I have been in the wellness sector, the spiritual wellness sector, for over 27 years now. And I am the founder of a non-profit which is called Siddhi, Powered by Humanity. And we have been doing a lot of work around areas of health and hygiene. But what is really important for me today is to share with you all what COVID and what the pandemic really did to us, and how it changed the meaning of wellness for us. Now, health and wellness have always been used as synonyms until the pandemic, and until we knew that COVID, which was a virus, which was in the form of something that we don't see, we were fighting with something that we don't know what it is, where it's coming from, where is it going to take us. But surprisingly, it shook the whole world, and we really did not know what to do. And we realized that health and wellness are two different things. Now, as I was hearing Shashank speak, and COVID was a time where we got an opportunity to collaborate with the Cygnus Group as well. And they were extremely supportive, and we did a lot of work together. Having said that, let me reiterate what the pandemic did and what is the wellness industry looking like in the next couple of years, in fact, a decade. Now, health and wellness, when I say it's different, I mean that you could be physically looking good, you could be physically healthy, you could be going out to the gym. But wellness is more than just your physical health. Wellness is your wellness at the emotional, mental, spiritual, behavioral, and social level. We did see some people who looked very healthy from the outside, just leaving us within a couple of days. We get many cases, so many times we hear that a person is very healthy from the outside, but one shock and one loss, and sometimes you'll end up doing suicide, or you just do self-harm and self-infliction of pain. Now, this is the time to realize that, is health only about eating good? Is health only about nutrition? Or is it something more than that? Belonging to a spiritual and following a spiritual philosophy, I would say, and where spirituality is widely accepted in the UK, and that's the reason why I'm mentioning this, because I have myself been on many UK platforms where I have spoken of spiritual wellness, which includes the way you think, what is the belief system that you follow. It's yoga. In fact, yoga is widely accepted internationally now. Different forms of yoga are being practiced, which actually came to rescue during the COVID times. Now, what I really want to focus on here is that wellness has to be a part of our life. We have to understand, a lot of doctors during the pandemic, when we were working on the ground, because I am the founder of this organization and we did a lot of work across the country. We adopted certain villages. We were going from pillar to post, trying to help anyone in need, whether it was providing food or it was providing medicines or oxygen or hospitalizations, everything whatsoever we were doing on the ground. Siddhi is a group of volunteers across the nation. We have thousands of volunteers who supported our cause and who were promoting wellness during COVID. Now, wellness is your internal health. It's your state. It's your state that you have every single day. It's how you behave. It's how you face a crisis. And no matter what the outside is, no matter how the external situations are, you and your state are completely undisturbed. And that is what defines a leadership quality in a person. Our shastras and leadership and management, everything has somewhere spoken of detached leadership, where you are detached from the situation, and the law of detachment is practiced by leaders all across the world, where they are detached and hence they can perform better. They are detached, so their productivity is very, very high. Which means that wellness on the emotional, mental, spiritual, and behavioral level will always keep you detached from the situations outside. You will be able to face the situations better. You will be able to take the situations head on. And this is what was triggered during the pandemic. A lot of doctors, in fact, me myself, we had helped the COVID facility with the Cygnus hospitals, where they were supporting about 1,000 patients. And I remember that I had sent a lot of meditations and a lot of mantra chants, and they would play it in the facility, and there would be some form of healing and some form of positivity across, which brings me to say that all the doctors and even medicine has proved that there is an internal immunity which is responsible for healing. So your spiritual immunity governs your physical immunity. There were people who were falling and succumbing to the virus, but more because of the fear and not the virus. So this was more like a virus of fear than it was anything else, because it seemed like 800 crore people across the world had started vibrating with fear. There was a fear of uncertainty, there was a fear of loss, there was a fear of losing a job, salary slashes. We were seeing our loved ones just die. So fear had taken over the entire planet. So this little fear, which we thought was very normal, was actually responsible for bringing down our immunity levels. Medicine has also proved psychoneuroimmunology, subjects like brain plasticity, psychosomatism has proved that the way you think actually decides your immunity levels. So wellness is something which should be a way of life. It is being accepted. It is being happily accepted across the world. All the corporates, all the industries are talking about wellness now. Everybody wants to do yoga. Everybody wants to practice meditation. Everybody wants to learn what is written in our Indian scriptures and Indian culture. And we need to now understand now the ancient, whatever was ancient is now coming back. COVID has also triggered the ancient way of life, the minimalistic way of life. It's more about living with poise, living with discipline, living with what you think you should eat, it's not about greed anymore. It has just brought us to a level where we must understand that in order to be healthy, in order to be well, we need to really take care of all the aspects and not just the physical aspect. Having said that, Siddhi, which is the foundation, and I created this platform so that the youth across India can understand the importance of being a human being. And we have always stood up for all the challenges that the country has faced. We have always stood up for all the natural disasters that we all faced together. And this time when there was pandemic, we all united together as COVID Knights, and we raised a huge alarm across India. We reached out to the last person, we reached out to all the tribal areas, to all the rural areas as much as we could, distributing food, rations, medicine, whatsoever. And it was an overwhelming experience when we saw that there were millions who joined our mission, and there were so many appreciations and applauds coming from across the world, especially the UK, because it's a very known place, and it's a very known platform, and there's a huge respect, and it's a mutual respect. So I just want to convey this message that let's all, in fact, I'm using all the platforms I can for the past 2 years to just convey one message, that let's just start understanding the importance of holistic wellness and not just being physically fit and physically looking good. That's it from my side. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Meena Mahajan. Yes, we do agree. We have learned the hard way or the teachings which we got from our grand and great grandparents about the importance of wellness in our life. But yes, the pandemic has taught us that we should go back to the traditional way of keeping ourselves healthy. Thank you very much, ma'am, and we will definitely seek your advice. And we are very proud that we have you on board, and the things which Siddhi Foundation has done for the Indian people who had suffered in this pandemic. Thank you so much, ma'am. Ladies and gentlemen, now we move on to our next speaker. It's a very interesting one, because this company is basically a British company which has successfully established itself in India. So nothing much to say, but let us listen to Mr. Michael Krebs. He's the Pharma Segment Manager, Asia Pacific Region, Malvern Panalytical. Mr. Michael, please. So, Michael, we can see your presentation.
Hello.
Yes.
Hello, sorry about that. I minimized the window by accident. I'm glad you can see the presentation. Can you see my video?
Yeah, we can see you, we can hear you, and we can see the presentation as well. Up to you now.
Excellent. Okay. Thank you for the introduction, and thank you for PhD House for inviting me here as well. I welcome the chance to reach out to a wider audience to demonstrate the work that we're doing at Malvern Panalytical. The work that we do both to help pharmaceutical companies, which is obviously very relevant now, has become much more relevant over the last year and a half, but has always had some relevance in India. So to give you a brief understanding of the company, a very brief history of the company, we manufacture scientific instrumentations in a large part from our factory in the UK. Okay, that's the picture at the bottom is our factory in a very small, very nice town, actually, more known for tourism than manufacturing, but that's where we're based, in the Malvern Hills, and we've been exporting scientific instrumentation for 50 plus years. What you've got here in the top right corner is some of our oldest instrumentation. Obviously, that's changed quite a lot now. So 50 plus years. A lot of our business has been done with the pharmaceutical sector here, and I'll go into more reasons as to why that is. But in addition to pharmaceuticals, we work in areas as diverse as cements, semiconductors, and also space research as well, which is also a big market in India, of course. Now, the way we've approached India from the beginning is with a mixed model. So we have direct support because as a premium company, support is very important to us. We're talking about very high-tech analytical instrumentation here. The customers who use our products want to use them to understand the scientific samples that they are working on. So we need to give a lot of support. We give that through both a direct team, and we use a distributor network here in order to maximize our coverage. So we can cover the entire country, spread ourselves out across the entire country, a very diverse and a huge country with a huge population where everywhere feels a little bit different from the other place. Very difficult to cover directly. But with our mixed model, we can cover the country very nicely and ensure that our customers get the experience that they deserve when they buy from a company like Malvern Panalytical. Now, despite being a premium company, India has been one of our biggest success stories. Okay, so India became our fourth biggest market in 2017 in unit terms. Not a little bit lower in value, but it's not as much as you might expect. And again, I'll go into the reasons for that in the next few slides. So just as a case study, and before I go into this case study, the way that we've stayed ahead, the way that we've been able to provide optimal customer experience here without, running a negative whilst, maintaining our profit and building our business here is by ensuring we focus on the right areas. Okay, and one of those areas is pharmaceuticals. Pharmaceuticals anywhere in the world, the costs become less of an issue because many of these drugs are not commoditized. The companies making them have a lot of money riding on getting it right, on choosing the right products to use to get it right. It's simply not in their interest to take a risk on product quality. And we can help them optimize the quality of the products they're developing. Now, this is a very timely example I'm going to show here. This is a product we released in 2018. The reason we released it was to optimize nanoparticle development. Now, I won't go into detail. Everyone here would have heard, whether a scientist or a layman will have heard of nanoparticles. Suffice to say that they're now being more and more widely used in medicines, especially in areas like gene therapy, where we're trying to insert genetic information into a patient in order to make them well, in order to make up for whatever they lack, for instance, in terms of their genetic composition. So originally, many of our customers were USA based. We had a much slower uptake in India India had a relatively small, very small gene therapy industry, mostly in the university sector. However, then the focus shifted. 18 months ago, the focus of the world shifted onto vaccines, or maybe at least 12 months ago, how we were going to fight this new pandemic. And of course, during a global epidemic, everyone needs vaccines. It's very important, and India is a key country in that effort. And what the pandemic has done is it's forced a technology advance, possibly by up to 20 years. So means of vaccination, ways of manufacturing vaccination have jumped ahead. They've jumped ahead by 10, 20 years. The pandemic has forced that technology advance. Okay? And when it comes to this is a new area for us, vaccines. But it just so happened that these new vaccines are very similar in many ways to gene therapies. Very similar to gene therapies. And our product was able to help these vaccine manufacturing customers purify and control the quality, very important when it comes to any drug, anything you're injecting into yourself. It needs to be good quality, it needs to be pure. And we could ensure that 100 times more rapidly than the alternative. So you can imagine during this pandemic where everyone's trying to create vaccines as quickly as possible, this was key to be able to help them develop them as quickly as possible. Okay, and our product, and you see it here in the top right corner, you put your vaccine sample or whatever other sample you're working on into the chamber, you close the lid, you press a button, and it tells you about the purity and the quality of your sample, very simply put. And the application of that to this new generation of vaccines was extremely important. It's a great, proud, a great aspect of pride for us to be able to help this vaccine push, both in America and Europe, but also to a large extent in India as well, where we weren't seeing as much activity with this product, but with the vaccination programs, with the vaccine manufacture here, all of a sudden it became vital to many of our Indian customers across the value chain. So, as I say, the success here has been global. We've had free marketing this year, both from the Wall Street Journal, which advertised not directly for us, but it showed our system on the front page of its newspaper, relating to a lady who was creating the vaccine, the Pfizer vaccine. And we also got a royal visit from Prince Edward to our factory in the UK, which is a particularly special source of pride for us. And we're now helping these companies across the world develop, especially India, develop and manufacture these cutting-edge COVID vaccines with optimal speed, minimal cost, essential to vaccinating the world. And the value generated for us and the users in India is no different from elsewhere. When the value of the product outweighs the cost to such a great extent, it becomes a no-brain issue. Everyone wins. Everyone wins. Because these products are valuable and the work being done with them is extremely valuable. And we're happy and we enjoy supporting that. Just one other area that we've moved into as well, is also relevant with the pandemic, is contract research. So again, more and more companies around the world, pharmaceutical companies, are looking to outsource their analysis. And we didn't see that as a threat. Just like with the vaccines, we moved quickly and we now offer services from our UK labs. Again, so we're using the same systems that we manufacture, as well as some others, to actually analyze these products, such as drugs and other things, for our customers. So they can just send us their samples and we'll do everything for them. They get the people as well as the product. They get the man hours as well as the product. Now, our target here was more on the innovative pharma side, which is mostly, not exclusively, but mostly confined to the USA, Europe, and Japan historically. Okay? But India has also been a success story for us here. And again, it's because we, just like with the previous product I showed, we have a unique value proposition. Okay? A unique value proposition that is not only unmatchable locally, but it's also unmatchable globally. And so again, the cost becomes reduced in importance. Cost becomes less of an aspect here. We can help them. We can help them to a far greater extent than the cost. You know, the cost value to the customer is massively in favor of the value. And instead, the conversation shifts to time. how quickly can we get the work done? And if we can do it in a good time to help this customer release its drugs onto the market, remove that bottleneck, give them the high quality data that they need to get their drug onto the market, again, it's a win-win situation for us, and it's a win-win situation for the Indian customer. And that was the reason for that success story. Obviously, I can't give out names here, but that was the reason for that particular success story. So I apologize for running over time a little bit, but just to summarize, key thing here is to focus on sectors for companies entering India, and based on my experience in India. Obviously, there are many commodities manufactured here. The bicycles manufactured here, many of the cements manufactured here will be commodities, mostly for internal use. But if we can focus on sectors where value can be added, such as drugs, and although I don't handle our space research division, we also contribute a lot to space programs around the world, to space companies around the world, including here. So if we focus on the sectors where value can be added, if we develop a unique value proposition for them, okay, and if we prioritize dedicated support so that these premium customers buying a premium product get a premium feel from it, then the risk to these customers of not buying the product simply becomes too high. And that's when it becomes a win-win situation. The risk of a drug turning out bad, getting rejected by regulators, is too high to justify buying a less expensive, saving money on your analysis equipment to get a worse option. It's worth spending to get the best. And likewise, space research as well, probably even more so. So cost doesn't even come into the equation with these sorts of customers. In India, as per anywhere else in the world as well. So again, I've gone through that as quickly and as briefly and with as little detail as possible, but I hope that just gives you a flavor of my company. And I hope it was interesting in terms of the success stories and how we've dealt with the changes over the last few years. And thank you for listening. So if anyone has any questions, please do ask.
Thank you, Michael. I mean, it's great to know that your company has been a part of the vaccination which has been manufactured in India, and such interactions actually allows us to know that which are the companies, which are the individuals, which are the people who are actually in getting over the pandemic, which has already created a huge gap in the normal lives of the people. Thank you, Michael, so much, and would like to invite you to PhD Chamber once you're in Delhi.
Oh, that would be lovely. Yeah, I mean, I'm based in Chennai, but next time I travel to Delhi, that would be fantastic.
Sure. Thank you so much, Michael. And I'll get back to you through queries which we have received online from our visitors. So I'll get back to you on that. Thank you, Michael.
Thank you. Thank you.
So, ladies and gentlemen, we move to our next speaker and the final speaker for the session. She is going to be presenting a very new concept because she's from a startup company. So let's hear to Ms. Swati Gupta, the founder of Mom's Charm and ID2 Cart. Ms. Gupta, please.
Hello everyone, am I audible?
Yes, ma'am, you are.
Thank you. Hello everyone, I'm Swati, founder of Mom's Charm and ID2 Cart. These are enterprises focusing on providing corporate gifting solutions, customizing as per the customer's needs. Most products we customize with the individual names. Our team strongly believes in giving back to the society, hence we work a lot with home-based village artisans, NGOs and a lot of self-help groups, empowering them to fuel the rural economy of India. Briefly about me, I'm a diploma holder in fabric management and fashion design from Pearl Academy of Fashion and a computer graduate with the Bachelor's of Computer Applications degree. I previously headed merchandise verticals and launched various collections with top corporates like Fab India, Hero MotoCorp, Gap and Triberg. Experienced in sourcing and marketing verticals, it has immensely helped me set up my ventures in a more structured manner. How we started our brand was an interesting story. While everyone was talking about women empowerment at large, I wanted to start that at home. I saw my mother who had spent all her life, raising us, the 3 kids, and now she had more time on her hands. So in that light, we started Mom's Charm, where I wanted her to be more independent. From there on, as it grew, The business started expanding at a good pace, which made me quit my corporate career and move into this full time. Just when I quit in March 2020 came the unforeseen COVID-19 and the lockdown. But we never gave up. Having the team in place, the logistics sorted, we started distribution of masks and other COVID essentials to the needy people. Since then, there has been no looking back. Gifting industry is only becoming stronger, specifically the online gifting industry in India and worldwide. Today, online gifting industry is one of the important contributors to the growth of Indian e-commerce space and is set to take a large pie in the overall market in the coming future. India has proven to be the fastest growing market for the e-commerce sector, and it is expected to grow to $200 billion by 2026, propelled by online digital transformation, increasing internet services, and smartphone penetration. The market has witnessed tremendous growth, one of the positives of COVID. Going back to the $200 billion figure again, where do we stand as a company? Maybe 0.0001% of the pie. Hence, a huge opportunity to keep expanding at an exponential pace. Who are our clients? That's the best part. All of you sitting right here can be our clients. From any industry to any field, you are all our clients today. Totally understanding this, we make sure that our services are as good as the product that we offer, and we believe in giving the best quality product at a good price. The gifting market is broadly categorized into three sectors: the festive sector, personal and corporate gifting. Corporate gifting, of course, being the largest chunk, but festive sector in India also plays a huge role because of the various cultures and traditions that we hold in India. The leading driving forces of the industry would include leading brands today that indulge in increasing marketing procedures coupled with the personalization and customization of gift products. Creative packaging, personalized notes, boxes with special engravings, and a lot of focus on social media makes the gifting experience much more closer and intimate, thus boosting the gifting market of the country. The gifting category is expanding as COVID-19 has churned the wheel of growth for the industry. During pre-COVID times, one was limited to the gifts he or she could buy from the nearby store or the web store one was comfortable in buying from. But now, after almost 1.5 years of not freely visiting the market, people have tapped into the net to explore newer and lesser known web stores and categories to buy online. People have started to shop online more often now, and that too in every category, be it essentials or luxury. To attract more customers and to cater to the masses today, every their game to the next level, be it in terms of product packaging, customer experience, logistic support, web store look and feel, and even the social media feeds. Looking at the current trends and demands are expected to rise from tier 2, tier 3 cities and even smaller towns that will have a lot to offer. The industry is witnessing the emergence of several online players, which is diversifying the whole sector. As India and UK share many fundamental values, this connection will only grow over the next decade. I would like to take this opportunity to thank everyone from PhD of Commerce and Industry for giving me this opportunity, and to Nidhi Dua and Ruchi Kohli from British Business Group to introduce us to the same. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Swati, and I'm sure most of us who are present here as well as virtually will be very inspired with your success story, and government is definitely looking at startups and innovations. So I'm sure most of the people who have listened to your success story will be inspired by you. Thank you so much, Ms. Swati.
Thank you so much.
We come to the end of this session. I'm sure all of us have enjoyed the presentations given by Mr. Mohan Bhuvan, who took us through the London Stock Exchange and its working. We also had the opportunity to listen to Mr. Sasank Saini, who told us about the collaboration between Ujala and Cygnus Healthcare from United Kingdom and how they're taking care of the rural population's healthcare. And Dr. Meena Mahajan spoke about the wellness sector, the importance to take care of the wellness apart from what we've been doing physically exercises. Mr. Michael told us about his company, which has been supplying machines to India for the last 50 years, has been a very important company which has helped various vaccine manufacturing companies in India produce the vaccines which are being available in the market. And of course, Ms. Swati gave us her success story about how she started from her home, the company which deals with gifts and other things. So with this, we come to the end of the session, and we take a break of 10 minutes, and we come back at 4 o'clock to listen to our speakers who will be talking about emerging technology. Amit Dubey, Mr. Kapil Singhal, Mr. Vikram Singh from Claridges will be talking about the hospitality and tourism sector. And finally, we have Mr. Sumit Gosai from the Vistara Airlines. So see you all in another. Thank you. afternoon once again, and welcome back for the final session of the India-UK Business Summit, which we're talking about towards a comprehensive strategic partnership. So today we have with us Mr. Amit Dubey, the national security expert, who will be talking about the perspective of emerging. He'll be followed by Mr. Kapil Singhal, the CEO and co-founder of V-Intelligent. Then we'll have the perspective from the hospitality and tourism sector by Mr. Vikram Singh from the Claridges. And finally, Mr. Sumit Gosai from Vistara. To start this session with, may I invite Mr. Vikram Gera, the co-chair of International Affairs Committee for Europe CIS, to.
Thank you, Neeraj, and welcome everyone back again. Session on India-UK bilateral relationship has undergone evolution in recent years, developing along a positive track into a friendly partnership. Nations have much in common, underpinned by shared values of pluralistic, Westminster-style democracies, expanding economic engagement, increasing high-level interaction. There are several commonalities, including strong, vibrant, secular, and multicultural democracies, free press, and independent judicial system serve as a foundation for a closer cooperation and multifaceted interaction. Binding force of patriotic fervor and immense love for motherland further strengthens this relationship. This reminds me of a quote from Bhagavad Gita, which says it's harder to stay on top than it is to make the climb. Continue to seek new. I'm thoroughly exhilarated to address all the distinguished guests present here today. With great pleasure that I extend my heartfelt welcome to everyone. Prime Minister of India, Honorable Mr. Narendra Modi, and the UK Prime Minister Mr. Boris Johnson agreed on a common vision of a new and transformational comprehensive strategic partnership between the UK and India and adopted an ambitious India-UK roadmap to 2030 to steer cooperation for the next 10 years. Both leaders virtually met on 4th May 2021 and emphasized their shared commitment to an enhanced partnership in science, education, research, and innovation, and look forward to the next Ministerial Science and Innovation Council. India and the UK are vibrant democracies and leading economies of the world with impressive advances and capabilities, human resources, manufacturing, innovation, science, education, research, fintech, space, defense, emerging and green technologies, clean energy. Both are suitably placed to bring their respective strengths to address global challenges with regard to climate, security, terrorism, and pandemics, and believe that demographic norms and principles are the mainstay for maintaining rules based on international system and respect for universal human rights. The main focus of this ambitious roadmap is to elevate the India-UK relationship to a comprehensive strategic partnership, bringing our countries, economies, and people closer together and boosting cooperation in areas that matter to both countries. Breadth and depth of India's relationship with the UK is underpinned by the living bridge between our people, more Indian companies in the UK than in the rest of Europe, combined and a vibrant Indian diaspora of 1.6 million Brits sharing deep connections between our countries. Given our shared history, values, and culture, the roadmap outlines the importance of a strong people-to-people relationship in India and UK. The roadmap outlines the new migration and mobility partnership for students and professionals, which will be implemented by April 2022. Partnership aims to encourage exchange and migration to facilitate enhanced cooperation in the next 10 years. The commitment comes at an important moment with India's current COVID-19 wave devastating much of the country. UK has worked closely with India over the past year, most notably through collaboration between Oxford University, Serum Institute of India, and AstraZeneca, to create a vaccine that is developed in the UK, made in India, but distributed globally. The UK has also supported India in its most recent wave of infections through sending over 1,000 ventilators to India to aid pandemic relief in the region. The situation only catalyzes the importance of the true nation's collaboration to help tackle the ongoing COVID-19 crisis. 2030 roadmap on India-UK relations is ambitious and offers a much-needed reset at a time of strategic urgency. India as a country is on the path of rapid growth and prosperity. Integration of its economy to the economies of the world now is evident at a global level. Over the years, both governments have recognized that there is significant potential for further cooperation across a broad range of areas. Two countries have built upon and created a partnership based on both principle and pragmatism. Conclude with a saying from Bhagavad Gita, reshape yourself through the power of your will. Never let yourself be degraded by self-will. The will is the only friend of the self, and the will is the only enemy of the self. Now safe to say that a thriving future lies in our hands. Thank you everyone for being part of this evening.
Thank you, Mr. Gera. And before I invite our first speaker, just for the information that, we had the first session which talked about the UK collaboration in MSME sectors, and we had a number of speakers who talked about various success stories. So I hope the speakers for this session will also give us inroads about the various strategic partnerships which India has to adopt with and vice versa, so that, there's a good understanding for the MSME for both the countries. So to start this session with, invite Mr. Amit Dubey, the national security expert, to give his address, please. Mr. Amit Dubey?
Yeah, good afternoon, everybody.
Good afternoon, sir.
Am I audible?
Yes, sir, loud and clear.
Great. So thank you, all the dignitaries and the organizing committee group, and I can see a few very distinguished fellows are giving me this opportunity to share some of my perspective on emerging technology. I would give this perspective from my side, considering my expertise on cybersecurity and this area. And I always like to start my session with this line that I would love to change the world, but they won't give me the source code. And I truly believe that this entire world is a software program, and we all humans are artificial intelligence plugins. So whatever new emerging technologies are coming up here today, there are a set risk of security in each and every such innovations. So I will give my perspective from security angle, and we'll see some of these case studies here. We know these are the contemporary technologies, those are popular and in use, and we want it to be everywhere in every solution, whether it is blockchain to build trust in the system, whether it is artificial intelligence or machine learning, or we can say Internet of Behavior, where we are actually using your behavior to analyze your psychology, profiling you, and then offering you something which you want. And as per Gartner, more than half of the global population will be under an IoT umbrella by 2025. Then we talk about privacy and confidential computing, which is also a very contemporary emerging technology, how we can ensure a segregated cluster-based computing, or smart home. Because of this pandemic, we have started analyzing the situation of work from home and how we can make it more smart. And of course, the quantum computing. Now, all these things, we feel like these are the things which will change our life for a better livelihood, but then they have their own sense of challenges. And that is something which we are going to discuss here today from security perspective. So when I analyze a crime behavior, or as a crime investigator, I get an opportunity to investigate lots of crimes. Now, blockchain is being used by the criminals to build trust across them, because the criminals, they cannot they cannot reveal their entities, real entities, and still they want to work. Still they want to offer the services to each other. So blockchain, though it is a very powerful and useful technology otherwise in e-governance sector, in all of these sectors where we want to introduce trust, but the same trust is required across criminals. And they are using blockchain for agreements, for contract killers, for offering some services, for selling some drugs. And you can see the entire network is getting created in dark web using blockchain-based technology, blockchain-based backend. The second challenge that I see here, because of artificial intelligence, I've seen some of the recent attacks that has happened today because of the AI-based attack vectors, where they could analyze your network traffic based on AI engine, and then they can identify a vulnerability which can be exploited through an AI-based tool. So AI-based tool gives you an opportunity to identify the exact time, the exact the kind of payload that is required to exploit that system and network, and that is done automatically. The next thing which I would like to share here, the predictiveness of a vulnerability. Today, whatever tools do we have, they all give you an opportunity to analyze the current vulnerabilities of a system. Okay, this system has this vulnerability, this application has this vulnerability, but is there any tool which can predict a vulnerability which can be there in future because of the continuous changes that will be there? Now that sort of power we are getting because of an AI engine, and there are tools those are getting developed. Now this AI engine we are using to identify the futuristic vulnerabilities, but then criminals are also using the same tools to identify such prospective futuristic vulnerabilities so that they can create attack vectors beforehand. Before you get into that sort of situation, they will be ready with the payload and attack vectors to exploit that vulnerability. Now that sort of challenges we are facing in future, we'll be facing in future. The Internet of Behavior. Recently, I have seen cases where a person in pandemic was trying to search something on Google, and he was just searching something on Google, some business requirements or something, and eventually he was trapped because of that behavior and was attacked by criminals on social media. And then he could never realize the difference between a real world and a virtual world, because some of these things were happening in virtual world and some of these things were happening in real world. Because the virtual world gives us a power to analyze your behavior, the criminals can also create attack vectors according to your need, requirements, and desperation at that time. So this is all happening today. I'm not holistic criminals, but the criminals those are using these technologies today for their criminal activities. The privacy and confidential computing is again the next emerging tech that is required today, because now earlier we used to say we want everything to be connected with internet. So Internet of Things and everything was popping up, but now today there is a need of isolating things from internet. People are looking for solutions where they can create private clusters, confidential computing, and these clusters should not be connected with internet through any means, by mistake or by deliberate moves. And that is something which is becoming impossible because nowadays everything is on it. So it is again a further challenge to ensure privacy about someone and ensuring isolation of such kind of networks from internet. As I mentioned, smart work and smart home technologies, because of the pandemic, we have developed lots of such solutions, but each of these solutions are giving some vulnerabilities, some opportunities for criminals as well. I'm not going to discuss these things in detail here, but I'm just going to give you a perspective because of these emerging tech from security arena. Quantum computing is our biggest opportunity as well as biggest threat, because when we say that we can make everything computable because of quantum computing, just few weeks back, WhatsApp has released a data backup encryption system where they say like now any WhatsApp chat will also be encrypted, 64-bit encrypted, and it will be private. Earlier, it was not encrypted when you were syncing up your data with Google Drive or iCloud, but now it will be encrypted. But what is the meaning of that encryption if somebody has quantum computing just for 3 seconds and they can decrypt any such kind of data? So these are the challenges that I foresee in our futuristic world. And I would like to summarize my session with a solution which I like very much, and that is a tool which is a AI-based security scanning tool. You all can search it on Play Store. It's a free tool. It's a Pi-like tool. It has 150 million malware repository. It analyzed your web application and mobile application based on your behavior and utility, and then it gives you the vulnerabilities those never have been identified. So I have analyzed all top 100 popular companies' websites through this tool, and I was surprised. Most of these companies were rated C security or grade D security, not even A level security. And that is something which is an additional information that you can get about your organizations, about your startups specifically, because that should be secure. So this is a predictive vulnerability analysis tool. Please do use it. And I wish you all the best with these emerging tech challenges in future. That's all from my side. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And yes, the onset of the pandemic, the lockdown, work from home definitely has made us technocrat, but I think still missing the basic things of saving our data. How safe is our personal data? We all do not know. The way people, the way the agencies form us, educators, we just follow that. But what you've said is something eye-opener. So I think more and more tools will be available. We can say that yes, our data is safe on iCloud or on Samsung Cloud, or I don't know, but just that we know that our data is safe. Every now and then we come up with something. You said WhatsApp had just come up with encrypting the data. So I think things are there, and we all are learning it the harder way. But I think in coming days we all will that yes, our data is very much safe. Thank you so much, sir, and thank you for your time. We now move to our next speaker. We have Ms. Mala Morris, who is the Senior Vice President, Strategic Partnership and Marketing of Intelligence, who will also be giving her perspective on the emerging technology. Ms. Mala Morris, please.
Hi, thank you very much. Good afternoon, good morning, depending on where you've dialed in from. Just a quick sound check. Can you hear me?
Yes, Ms. Mala, we can.
Yeah, thank you so much. Let me just share my screen and okay, while my screen loads up, I'd just like to start by saying thank you very much to BVG Delhi, to PhD Chambers, Government of India and the Government of UK for this opportunity for us to share our story and our perspective on how emerging technologies can help businesses and people and the planet as well. So the question that I'd like to pose to all of you is, and I'm sure there are a lot of leaders around the, the webinar as well as physically in India. I'm sure a lot of you are posing, and as we increasingly live in a more digital kind of a world, how do you digitize and automate the field-based processes so that you can do more with less? And why field-based processes? Because 80% of the global workforce are people who are deskless, who are not sat at an office, but are actually out there trying to install, maintain or repair equipment, particularly equipment for, big infrastructure projects, as every nation is kind of, accelerating to ensure that infrastructure like telecom or green energy or better, equipment, infrastructure equipment for the essential services like water, gas, energy, etc. is being rolled out, and these capital expenditure programs are being rolled out. So it's really important. This problem is really important, and this is something that a lot of our clients who we work with are facing. They need to do more with fewer experts, and that's exactly where we help them. And our technology, I'll share with you a little bit more about it. But first, very briefly about the organization. We are London headquartered, and our focus has been to deliver faster business outcomes as well as sustainable innovation for global clients. And what you can see over here are a bunch of logos as well as a map. And we have deployed and delivered our technology solution in 12 countries and in 5 different languages, including Mandarin and English and Spanish, etc. And we are a very global organization with 53 people across the globe and 15 nationalities. We're very proud of the multicultural environment and the multiple background of people that we have brought together. We also have a very strong returning moms to work program, and we give back along with digitally upskilling not just our clients employees and subcontractors and workers, but also closer home, some of our vendors and people who we work with. So for us, sustainable innovation is very important, and being part of a community and society is really very important. And the logos that you see over here are companies who are in energy, in water, in telecom, and in other kinds of infrastructural kind of services. And so that's quite important from an emerging technology, because more and more of the newer companies are focused not just for doing business for the sake of doing business, but also for making sure that the business that they do delivers more to the communities around them. Now, what is the problem that we solve for? We recognize when we speak with our clients that there's a lot of data, but a lot of the data is very poor quality and the information doesn't flow. And the lack of visual evidence is costing companies a lot of money in terms of unnecessary field visits, rework, or low net promoter scores. And I'm sure many of you have experienced it. If there's somebody who's come to repair your heating or ventilation equipment, whether it's a boiler or an air conditioner, there are often many times that the field technician has to come back, or somebody else has to come again, and the right tools are not brought, and so on and so forth. And so this problem is felt across the value chain in whether it's construction, repair, or maintenance. And customers and agents are struggling. They have to take verbal descriptions and the data does not flow through. There are repetitive interactions between the customer and the call center agent, or the the workers and contractors are filling out numerous forms and they are buried under paperwork. The actions don't get taken, and they do not follow safety procedures necessarily in a way that it needs to be done. And experts and supervisors don't have visibility, and management also is not able to unlock the value from these operational investments. And on top of that, we recognize that the digitization and automation projects that everybody is investing a lot of money in take far too long and focus on outputs rather than outcomes. So that's where we have kind of developed this patented smart video platform. We have turned the way technology needs to be delivered on its head, and we digitize simple paper checklists, whether it's being used by the deskless workforce or by contact center agents or by customers, to create a very simple consumer style human interface video and multimedia based application on the mobile device for the user, making it really simple. We also provide a back office dashboard, which is very searchable. So we immediately analyze these video, etc. content, which can be made searchable, and auditing or authorizing or approvals become much, much easier and happen in real time. So jobs get completed faster, better, and in a simpler way. And what this means is that as clients, our clients are able to realize these kind of outcomes. A strengthened first time right culture, reduced operational cost, they're able to close the loop or respond to customers faster, and they're also able to use AI driven intelligence which nudges their contractors and workers to drive faster actions. And most importantly, the data doesn't go missing, and as a company our clients are able to leverage the knowledge database that we provide them in a way such that they are able to kind of, create a much better outcome, much faster delivered. So what is it all about? It is a secure platform with multiple use cases, and I'm just going to play one of them. We have 3 different solutions: a remote supervision and fieldwork assurance, safety and asset risk assessment with multiple use cases, and efficient customer engagement. It's under 2 minutes, and I'll just play this for you so that it comes to life in terms of how you can actually take emerging technology, different kinds of technology, bring them all together to make it simple for the user, simple to deploy, and simple to kind of take actions. Let me just play that for you. Sorry about that. I'll just, let me try again.
Does your business need smarter allocation of experienced engineers and auditors? Are you looking for faster program delivery? Do you see the need to simplify complex risk assessment checklists? Remote audit capability from Vintelligence builds eyes and ears for your central teams. The Vin patented technology enables multiple remote site audits with fewer assessors, improving network quality and ensuring higher levels of safety. Vin remote audit solutions are quick to deploy and very simple to use. Vin storyboards transform lengthy checklists into short guided video that are succinct and precise to improve the quality of data. This makes it very simple for your field teams and you will never miss any details. Once captured, the videos are easily shared from your mobile phone to a secure AI cloud software as a service platform. The videos are then intelligently analyzed and automatically categorized using smart voice and image processing techniques. The jobs are then prioritized and shared with auditors who can easily search and access the works and the risks. Vin dashboards enable active collaboration between distributed teams with supervisors and auditors, creating a seamless knowledge experience for both new and experienced engineers. Vintelligence AI-powered recommendations simplify the process to review and approve the right job at the right time. Vin is a disruptive innovation that enhances 10 times your operational efficiency in less than 10 weeks. Vintelligence is enabling forward-looking business leaders by delivering a 360-degree view of the process, 30% fewer site visits, 50% reduction in snags, and 10 times acceleration of install to commissions.
So that was about how the solution works, and I'll just end with a couple of final slides which talks about how we have also turned AI on its head by using smaller data sets, the data that is captured using a multimedia interface on the mobile app. And technology doesn't have to be complex, it's really simple for the user. We have delivered for our clients AI models that reduce manual intervention with the automated tagging and annotations to highlight compliance and risks, whether it is in terms of how repair jobs are automatically categorized, or whether smarter categorization from customers reporting issues or problems so that we can reduce visits, therefore being more carbon friendly, reduce carbon miles, or in terms of nudging people on showing a more proactive safety culture to ensure that they are following safety compliances and processes. And we have been kind of delivering value across people, jobs, and assets, whether it is to do with instilling first-time right culture, ensuring that fewer experts can do faster approvals without having to visit the location, but with rich multimedia data and a searchable kind of a knowledge base, or whether it is to just kind of make sure that everything is done in a way that is compliant and easy to show so that you have a rich data set depository. We have also been kind of delivering cost and efficiency improvements. So it is not just about people, it is also about jobs and also about assets and customers so that there is a better customer experience. Finally, we've been recognized by both users, clients, and industry, having won global awards as well as client-based awards, and getting some very good testimonials for the relevance of this kind of an emerging technology, where it actually marries multiple technologies to make it really simple to the user, simple to deploy, and simple to kind of generate outcomes, all done within 10 weeks. You don't have to spend 10 months to kind of build a big platform or a technology solution to get outcomes. So that's really how we have approached the business. And it's important to kind of make sure that you build a multicultural team so that you can come together to solve a problem to deliver outcomes for the clients. And I'd like to end again by saying thank you for the opportunity. Thank you to BBG Delhi. Thank you to PhD Chambers. Thank you to the Government of India. And thank you to the Government of UK as well. Thank you very much. I'll stop sharing my screen now.
Thank you, Ms. Mala Morris. Definitely the AI and BI solutions which you are providing will definitely help the industry in both saving time and making the right decision at the right time. In fact, session is being held in the auditorium of PSG Chamber of Commerce, which has a capacity of around 200, but we are following the COVID protocol of don't have more than 50, 60 participants. But online, virtually, we have more than 500 participants who are actually witnessing this session. So that's the strength of, the artificial intelligence, the digital platform which being done. We have this digital platform, which virtual platform, which the audience is saying. The whole session is being live streamed on YouTube as well. So, these are the technologies which is reaching out to the maximum people, whether they're remotely connected, they're staying in a remote area, or whether they're in metro cities or try to. The solutions which your company is providing is definitely going to help the industry. And we hope that, even this small and medium enterprises can avail of your solutions for a better and timely decision. Thank you very much, Ms. Mala.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you. Let me check if Mr. Vikram Singh from Claritas is online. Mr. Vikram, are you online? Next speaker, Mr. Sumit Gosai. Are you online, sir? From Vistara?
Hi, I hope you can hear me.
Yes, so let us now hear to Mr. Sumit Gosai from Vistara on the industry perspective of travel, hospitality and tourism. Mr. Sumit, please.
Thanks. Good evening, everyone. At the onset, let me thank BBG and PSG Chambers of Commerce and Industry for having me here today. It's an absolute pleasure being part of such an interesting discussion along with such esteemed panel like Mala. It gives me great pleasure, seeing that our associations like BBG and PSG Chambers of Commerce and Industry are initiating such platforms and bringing various stakeholders together to assist SMEs, MSCs in optimizing business opportunities with UK. Aviation is one such stakeholder, that enables businesses on both sides to deliver better and act as a catalyst to the growth of overall economy. We at Vistara firmly believe in this, and as you are aware of our pedigree also, which is Tata's and Singapore Airlines, we are invested very deeply in growth and performance of all our partners on both sides actually. Just to give you a little background on the current environment, after an unusually difficult last year, the aviation industry is witnessing signs of gradual recovery now. And at Vistara, we are currently operating almost about 70% of our pre-COVID capacity, connecting about 27 destinations, including key big city, in India and abroad. For international, we are almost at par with pre-COVID numbers now. With the COVID situation stabilizing and rapid vaccination boosting passenger confidence, we are observing a gradual return of traffic. Currently, we have a fleet of about 48 aircrafts, including 37 A320s, 3 Airbuses, which is 321 Neos, 6 Boeing 737s, and 2 Boeing 787 Dreamliner aircrafts. We have flown more than 25 million customers since we started operations. We are able to, track and achieve a fleet of about 70 aircrafts by 2023. That's the target that we have for our internal expansion. All this will ensure that our industry, including MSMEs, they're supported in their expansion plans as well. International expansion is extremely important to enable our customers to do business more effectively. The outbreak of COVID and the eventual suspension of operations halted our plans of aggressive international expansion. However, since the resumption of domestic operations on 25th of May last year, we've been progressively increasing capacity in domestic market, besides starting operations to and from select international destinations as part of air bubble agreements. During this period, we've been able to expand and start 7 new international destinations, including London, Heathrow, of course. Then we have Dhaka, we have Frankfurt, Sharjah, Male, Tokyo. besides being able to resume our services to Dubai as well. Today, only we have launched Paris. In the afternoon only we've activated Paris as our latest international destination, and the flights will be starting effective 7th of November. So that will be another point in Europe that we will have. We have also initiated the process to start long-haul operations to US and have already received a temporary foreign air carrier permit for the Department of Transportation USA. This will again be a flight that will have a technical halt in Gatwick, London. So another touch point in UK apart from Heathrow that we already have. With regards to London operations, launching services to one of world's most connected airports, which is London Heathrow, is a significant milestone for any airline. Given the importance that the airport, the city holds in a global context. India and UK share a profound ties of trade, culture, education, science, history, and so much more. The UK is also home to millions of Indians, and therefore London Heathrow is quite a natural fit in route network for any full service carrier, just like we have. Vistara started operating special non-stop flights to London in August last year, and making our foray into our international long-haul operations at that time. The flights have been introduced as part of bilateral transport bubble agreement that we have with the UK. We are currently operating about 5 flights in a week, which is on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Friday, and Saturday. We have deployed 787-900 Dreamliner aircraft on the route, and that's a 3 configuration aircraft where we have business class, premium economy, and economy as well. With Boeing 787-9 Dreamliner, Vistara is the first Indian carrier to also offer in-flight connectivity to its passenger. This comes handy to all business travelers as they have connected most times during the flight as well. In order to facilitate business, we have also introduced special offers and plans for all our SMEs and MSEs, business houses on both sides. This includes creating offers, plans which are customized based on your travel spend, based on your cabin requirements, volumes that you can generate. This has been appreciated by all our partners as it helps them to plan and manage their travel without getting into hassle of having cancellation charges or the restrictions that are usually there on international ticketing and travel. So just to reiterate, Vistara is committed to promote and facilitate our partners, particularly MSMEs, and we are also open to suggestions and customizations as required to facilitate travelers on both sides. So with this, I would conclude my remarks and thank you once again for having me here today.
Thank you, Mr. Sumit, for the detailed information about the Vistara's operations. And yes, we are very proud that best companies in India, Tata Group, has partnered with Vistara. What we have heard is that even Tata Group is bidding for Air India. So I think the reach and the geographies you are going to cover with this partnership is going to be something which will be very commendable. Of course, the jobs which you have done by bringing the Indian standard abroad to the air bubble back to India. But sir, as a Chamber of Commerce of India, we would request that if your airlines, along with your partners in India, can look at emerging markets like Africa and Latin America to provide direct connectivity. That is the real business for the MSME of India. Explore the newer geographies. So,
sure. Thanks for your inputs, and we'll definitely look at expanding in that direction as well.
That is something which is actually a big hurdle for the small medium enterprises of India to have a partnership in those regions. Thank you so much, Mr. Sumit, for your time, and we look forward to more and more interactions in coming days with you. Thank you so much, sir.
Thanks for having me.
With this, friends, we come to the end of the session and end of the India-UK Business Summit. We have had a very interesting, interactions and very interesting updates on various sectors in the first session. In this session, we had good information about how to keep our data secured on our personal devices or in our work environment from Mr. Bintu Bay. We had solutions which is required by for the using the artificial intelligence and the business intelligence by V Intelligence, and how it's going to help the industry in making a proper decision at a timely way. And finally, we came to know about the new airlines, the Vistara, which has started operations in India, and how it has helped the government and the citizens and the families of India to bring back their families to a standard during this pandemic. So with this, we come to the conclusion of the India Business Summit, and there are a lot of other events which we are planning. The PhD Chamber of Commerce is planning in the coming months, organizing the India EU Summit in the month of October. That will be followed by Indo-Pacific Business Summit in November. Finally, in December, we'll be talking about Africa, land of opportunities. All these events will be in hybrid format. So whenever you think that you should be part of those geographies, just let us just drop a mail to me who have been contacting with you. You can come down physically, that's fine. Otherwise, virtually, you're most welcome to join. Thank you all, and let us have a coffee break. And thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.